Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, February the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And before we get going, I just did a silent rendition of happy birthday to our good friend Obi in the room. Happy birthday, Obi. And your birthday present is 5 more years of doing this, okay? Opening the room every day, well, Monday to Friday anyway, at 6:45 in the morning. How's that? Here's your birthday present. But but in all seriousness, thanks very much for doing it. So, you don't need money. Money is transitory. You need good wishes. All right, guys. Let's take a look what's happening today. So, of course, today is NVIDIA Day. NVIDIA releases earnings after hours today. So we'll have to see what happens there. Now, CRCG is a two-time. What's the volume? Oh, tremendous volume. So CRCG is a two-time CRCL. CRCL is an earnings play today. It is up obviously about 20%. This is a two-time version of it. Okay, a lot of volume, 5 million. So if you thought that CRCL was going to continue to keep moving higher, you could buy this one. Okay, CRCG. And thank you. Thank you, Pepe, and our YouTube room. I forgot to ask. And Snowman, thank you very much. So that is the CRCG, guys, or the CRCL, of course. U is also an earnings play. I didn't see very much volume, though. Yeah, 30,000 shares. Well, it's picking up. Look at that move. Look at that move. This is an earnings play. YOU. William, I don't know if you're in the room yet. I actually put some information about DRVN. DRVN. So I don't know if William is in the room. The reason I put DRVN down is that it's an earnings play, but more importantly, actually, it is not an earnings play. It's actually not an earnings play. Look at this. We're supposed to release earnings today, but they're delaying the Q4 earnings, flag material errors in previous or prior statements. So it is not technically an earnings play today. It was supposed to. So that's not good. That is not good. Contain material errors, previous or earnings releases. So that is not good. Yeah, there are shares available for me to short, 114,000. Hmm. Well, we always like to see these either CEOs being turfed or accounting irregularities, etc. But let's see where it could go. I mean, this is basically it's a lifetime low right now. Okay, I mean, it might not be technically a lifetime low, but I'm looking at the lifetime range. It's like red and it's 0.4%. So it's I don't know where the real lifetime low is, but it is going to be right there now. SGML, is it still up here? Yeah, SGML. Something about Zimbabwe halting shipments of halting exports of all raw materials and lithium concentrates. Who knew that Zimbabwe was a big deal in this one? But evidently it is. So lithium stocks are getting a run here, including SGML. SGML. Old school, guys. Unisys. I cannot believe it's like Xerox. Like it's a penny stock, basically. But this is an earnings play. Unisys, earnings play. Yeah, VIR. Birthday boy pointed that out to me earlier. I had that one thumbnail, so I did know about it. So let's see if it has a bit of a run today. Sort of a disappointment yesterday. I mean, it was up a lot still yesterday, but sort of a disappointment that didn't keep running for a while. Yes. Did anybody get VNAI yesterday? Remember we were talking about it, and I kind of thought if it could take out 28 at the end, it might have a run, and boy, did it ever. Got up to 32, and this morning up to 33. It's above that weekly high of 2 weeks ago now, 3 weeks ago, sorry, 3070. That was another big area for it to clear, which it did. ODD is an earnings play. A lot of earnings plays. A lot of earnings plays. It's like it really hasn't ended. ODD is an earnings play. Beaten down on earnings, drops 40%. The company expects Q1 revenue to decline about 30%. Wow. I saw this one yesterday. This is an Israeli stock. Saw it yesterday too. Lunar, LUNR, is not an earnings play. Lunar is not an earnings play, but they're doing a financing. So it's being hammered down on a financing, $175 million equity investment by, let's see what the financing price is, or is this, or whatever they're doing. I technically, not really sure about how these financings work. So it's something like this, but anyway, it's knocking the stock down. The earnings play is, well, I think this is also an earnings play. ASPN, Aspen Aerogels. This is another earnings play. Cheap one, though, very cheap one, down 27%. CWH. I know CWH is also an earnings play. How about this one? GoDaddy. GoDaddy. Oh, did they do a Super Bowl commercial this year? I didn't really see the Super Bowl commercials this year. They used to be pretty famous for their risque ones in the past. But anyway, GDBY earnings play for GoDaddy down 17%. And it's been sliding away for months now. There's CWH. So CWH is also an earnings play. Camping World, another earnings play down 18%. A lot of earnings plays. Okay, ALBG. So this is a two-time for ALB. Okay, is this an earnings play? ALB. So this is up 16%. So ALB will be up a little bit over 8%. Not an earnings play. Okay, this is not an earnings play. Ah, it's lithium. It is not lithium. Yes, it is. I see. I'm just looking for, yeah. So lithium carbonate. So it is lithium. So because of whatever's happening in Zimbabwe, curbing exports of materials plus lithium, this is helping ALB. It's helping SGML. So there's another way in which if you thought ALB was going to continue, really expensive stock, $202. But easier way to play it, if you thought it was going to continue to move. However, it doesn't look like there's very much volume. Yeah, not too much volume in this ETF, so you'd have to be careful. All right. Thank you, William, on your analysis of the DRVN. All right, HLN. Where is HLN? I don't see HLN, so it's probably it's over $100. No, where am I? Don't see it. Why do I not see HLN here? This is down. It's only down 6%. Okay. Remember, I only have the top 15 up, top 15 down, and this is EDSA is down 10%. This is only down 6%. So that's why I'm not seeing it. I think RYAM is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Okay. RYAM is not an earnings play. Okay. AIP disposes a 5.1% stake in Rayonier Advanced Materials. So I guess that's the reason. The investment firm is putting some faith in this company, RYAM. First Solar, Barry with a Y, saying First Solar is moving down on earnings. Yes, you're right. Yeah, First Solar. They must have an ETF. They must have an ETF one that you could buy an ETF, a short ETF. Maybe they don't. A lot of these companies have long ETFs, but they don't have not as many short ETFs, which you could buy if you thought this one was going to continue down. RBC chiming in though. Yeah, they still think this is going to be an outperform with a target of 236. Susquehanna, wow, 292. They're putting a 290. Well, they're cut 280 from 292, but still. Wow, UBS, they're putting a target of 300, even though this company's getting hit a little, well, not a little bit, down 17%, almost 18% on earnings today. Give me one moment, guys. All right, I'm back. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:12. Another earnings play, guys. Acadia Healthcare, ACHC, another earnings play. Not a ton of volume yet. It'll pick up. And I do see Bitcoin had a little pop, up to a couple $1,000. So some of the Bitcoin, I saw that BMNR was up this morning. BMNR. The other one I saw that was ripping higher, almost got back, well, got over 50 again. HYMC, guys, HYMC. Now, what is silver doing? SLV? What is silver doing, actually? Yeah, so, well, silver's up 4%. But HYMC was moving higher yesterday when silver was not. So HYMC was definitely kind of on its own, but won't be hurt for the fact that silver is up today. You guys are talking about this one. This was a direct-to-market IPO, AIDX. Not well. Okay, I see. I see why you were talking about it earlier. Look at that. Got up to 1093, and then all the way back down to 725. Solana. Okay, so Solana. I guess Solana itself is up 7%. Oops. Two times Solana. All right, William. So HLN just took another little head hit down. HLN. So where could it stall here? Okay, HLN, you're thinking it might bounce. Well, there's 10. There is the 200-day moving average. So that would be a pretty interesting area for it to get down to. There's the 200-day moving average around $10 for HLN. Cava's another earnings play. One of Cava's on your list reported better than expected Q4 results. TD Cowen maintain a buy rating, raised its price target from 85 to 90, and that is for the Cava Group, CAVA. So I don't know if it was a beat raise, but Stifel, Stifel also, or Stiefel, raising its target price to 90 from 75. JP Morgan, wow, lot of analysts coming in on this one though. JP Morgan raising the target from to 80 from 75, and it's almost there. Truist, 85 from 80. Yeah, all these analysts coming in here. Mizuho, they're not quite as only to 72. Morgan Stanley, a lot of analysts are in this one. I mean, it's already at 77, but man, a lot of analysts are in this one. Kelsey, got to put Cava down somewhere. It's a little bit like the VIR yesterday, guys. The only problem with VIR is it didn't really rip once the market opened. Okay, guys. So the market was. Let's take a look at financials. XLF. Just want to see how close. Yeah, still underneath that 200-day moving average. Let's see. XL. Who's the other one that was? XRT was kind of flirting with that 200-day moving average. There was one, right? It was consumer. It was discretionary. I think discretionary was the other one that was underneath. So discretionary at least closed above the 200-day moving average. Okay. What would be a good reentry? Maybe if it takes out 10, see what happens. Say how it's trading and all. I mean, there's the high of the day is up. Well, there's the high of the day is up here. So what did it get up to? So, I probably put a price alert around 10 just to see number one if it gets there. But it's totally up to you still, right? I'm not telling you that if it hits 10, get into it, but we'd probably give people a little more confidence if it got back over 10 and then held there for a while and maybe took out the high yesterday. GITS, GITS. Is this an earnings play? Nope. So not an earnings play and not that much volume. Almost like we're not. Do we ever get out of earnings season anymore? So I do remember days in which there would be nothing in here, maybe two or three. Okay, not just on the down, but just overall. But I don't. It's that they're really, really. I mean, we talked about this before, but it seems like they're really, really spacing out the earnings. I mean, they have all the, in that 1 month period, they've got all the major ones, but there's certainly enough to keep us interested. And NVIDIA, of course, NVIDIA releases this afternoon after the market closes. So, William, you're not gonna be around, you said, right? This afternoon, you're not gonna be around? I think you told me that. Too bad, because 'cause you're gonna miss NVIDIA. Oh, okay, okay. Well, just let me know. Alright, George? Okay. Well, maybe Obi wants to keep the room open later, but I don't know, maybe he's gonna go. Oh, okay. Well, Obi can do 3 PM, but, so don't worry about it, William. So Obi will do 3 PM. Odd, 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 guys. Well, George, yeah, let's hope, maybe get you rolling in the right direction. Odd, guys, odd is an earnings play, and it is an wow, it's an all-time low. It is an all-time low. ODD, all-time low. TE, Tellurium. Well, I call it Tellurium, but TE is, yeah, a big pop here. Some volume coming into TE. It's not, it's an earnings play. Okay. This is an earnings play. TE is an earnings play. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running right now. So give me a moment. Good morning, Vito. Give me a moment, guys. Just rearranging a couple of things. Mother monitor. All right. So let's take a look at maybe if I missed one. Okay, so again, previously these were the top 15. These are the top six. I think I've talked about them all. I didn't talk about FRGT. Okay, I didn't talk about that one. Wonder if this is an earnings play. Not an earnings play. Freight, not an earnings play. If there's any specific news on it. This was yesterday. It was not an earnings play yesterday, but reports 15 times domestic and 5 times cross-border productivity gains. This is not an earnings play. Take a look at IYT. See if the overall sector is moving also. The answer is Not really? IYT not doing anything? How do you keep saving it wrong? But here it is. It's not on my homepage, but, how do you keep saving it wrong? So here it is. Okay, share it. This is the don't repeat version, so just, make sure you just save it to the cloud, okay? Wants to open in another app. How is that possible? I typically look at a 2 and a 5-minute intraday, and then, of course, I always have my longer time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly, so I can always check to see where the next highs or lows are. Here's this driven, guys. This driven is, $10 now, okay? So accounting irregularities, number 1, okay? They were supposed to release earnings today, but, they decided not to. Counting irregularities finds errors in financial statements for FY 2023 and 2024. So that is the, DRVN. You're challenged. Seriously though, what's going on when you, when you click on the alert, when you click on the scan or the link, whoops. So you click on the alert, you click on the link, and then what should happen is you should see it up here, okay, somewhere in, another tab, either overwriting the tab or in a new tab. There's the link right there. Just highlight it. Just highlight it. Once it's all highlighted, copy it, Control C, you've copied it, and then File, Load from Cloud. In the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and if you've done it right, there it is right there. See how it ends in 356, ending in 356, and then you load it. That's it. Now it's on your monitor, should be on your monitor, and once it's on your monitor, make sure you save it to your cloud then. If this is what it was, just, you right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Shouldn't be taking you anywhere else. Odd continues down. Oh no. Have I accidentally ah, yeah, my mistake, guys. I accidentally shut down the browser tab. So we're back though. Just give me so JK, if I can't see the next high in the daily chart, then that's when I look at a weekly chart. And if I can't see it on a weekly chart, then I look at the monthly. So that's why I just like having all these things at a glance. Hey, we're open. We're open, guys. We're open. Okay, there's the VIR now over 10. Let's see if it can hold it. Ooh, it looks like it's gonna could rip from the open, but you know me, I don't want to trade in the first. Look at Kava. Look at Kava on the move. So yeah, it's a matter if I can't see here, right? I can't see the next high in the daily for a VIR. So I look on the weekly. I can't see it there. So now I'm going to look on the monthly. That's basically it. And there goes odd, guys. Odd is still moving down. It's up down 51%. 51% now. Fig on the move. FIG is on the move. I mean, it had earnings, got hammered down on. It actually this was a good release for on earnings. Well, good release. It actually popped a little on earnings. So now 28.39 was the next high looking left. So it's obviously it has a little bit of room to run. 29, not that much though. Well, maybe about a dollar to the next high looking left. All right, guys. Well, there it goes. There goes VIR. Can it hold it? Can it hold it? Can it hold and really move from here? And guys, remember the reason for the excitement in this is that it had earnings. It also had positive phase three. Also, we had a ton of analysts piling into this one yesterday with some pretty targets ranging from 20 to 25. It just didn't move that much once the market opened. Well, this is a really cheap one, cheap earnings play, guys. IRWD, cheap earnings, but look at SGML. Look at SGML. This is moving. It's a lithium play. Something about Zimbabwe halting lithium shipments, I guess. Halts exports of all raw materials and lithium concentrates. Surely, though, let's see if this. So it's no news specifically to it, other than just profiting on the fact that that is what Zimbabwe is doing today. No, look at HYMC now over 50 again. Pretty rocky road. I mean, this got up to 58, let's call it $59. Not that long ago. This is back in well, about a month ago, about 1 month ago. And then it got all the way back down to 31. I mean, almost cut in half. And now it's on the run again. Morning, LD, in our YouTube room. You know, this Xwell, I saw this one late yesterday. Xwell. I think it. I think it might have had a pop in the after hours yesterday. Xwell. It's a cheap one. Yeah, I'm sure I saw it. Cheap one. So interested in the ones under a dollar. Now look what it's doing. It's trying to get to the it's at the VWAP. Sorry, it's at the 200-day moving average right now. That green line on the daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. So it's right there now. Will it take it out? and get over a dollar. Wow, AXTI. You just showed it all. Well, had a little bit of a well, it's kind of interesting trading. I mean, it was up to 37, but down to 34, pop right back up to 37. AXTI, basically an all-time high for AXTI. Again, if you're wondering about William Scan, the way I have it arranged is it will not trigger until at least 9:45. That's what I don't want to see them earlier than that. That's me. Okay, guys, DRVN, where is it? DRVN. This could be the all day, could be an all, well, I shouldn't say all day, but I'm going to watch this one. I want to see if this capitulates here because, just give me a moment. Again, accounting irregularity. So while it's still trying to hold 10, it's still trying to hold that 10 level. If this doesn't start to move down in about 5 minutes or so, to me, I mean, the news is out there. It was out there in the pre-market. It's already down 39%. I get it, but if in the next 5 minutes or so, if it doesn't really start to move down again, maybe this will be a bit of a base. And I'm talking with the DRVN. It's an all-time low. Odd continues down, guys. Boy, is there any bounce in this one? This is another lifetime low. Boy, look at Tava. Well, it's hitting all those price targets that these analysts put on it. So maybe we need another category, William. Beat multi price targets, multi positive price targets. ODD, guys, it's underneath that whole number 14. Nothing, there's no support in terms of charts. You're long odd at 1390. Okay, let's take a look. Well, there it is, still at 1390. All right, for William and only William, I will put a price alert at, let's put a price alert just around 1404 and see if we can get it over 14. Every time you see odd here, though, that means it's making a new low. Oh, but look how easy that is, William. Look at that. Yeah, I put a price alert for you at 1404 and it hit it. This is an earnings play. It's cheap one. CCC, 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 three C's, earnings play. It's trying to come back. It's been beaten up badly, um, but it is trying to come back today on earnings. All right, guys. All right, I'm back. Now, remember Zeta from yesterday, guys? Zeta from yesterday was a big one. And what is it doing now? So it's actually an earnings play today. Okay, this is an earnings play today. Zeta, ZETA, earnings play today. So ahead of earnings, people were thinking, okay, they were thinking probably going to be pretty good. But right now, not it's not down much, but it is starting to fall somewhat. Zeta, ZETA. All right, guys, let's take a look at Live Nation. Is this an earnings play? Actually, I'm wrong. This is Livanova. That was Live Nation. So this is not LIVN is not. Wow, did it get up to 98 cents? XW, I had it up on my screen. I was wondering if it would do it. It was right near the right at the beat, right at the 200-day moving average. CWH is an earnings play. CWH is an earnings play. Okay, sinking on earnings, not a lifetime low, but $1.07 really. Because I saw that one after kind of late in the day yesterday. Wow. Yeah, because they announced a $31 million private placement priced at the market under NASDAQ rules. Okay. Don't know what the pricing was, but yeah. Was there news on IBRX? I know it was really ripping yesterday. I don't know if there was any news on it. Hmm, well, after hours yesterday, the chairman acquired 56,000 shares at what price? 870. It was after hours disclosed. All right, SLDE, Slide Insurance. Now, this is coming in William Scan. Not in love with it. The reason being is that 1950 is the next high. A little bit close for me anyway. Hey, Larimar had a great day yesterday, over the high yesterday by a long shot, and it is showing up in Williams scan also. Just a trading vehicle, Vito. Okay, vehicle. That's all it is. BNAI. You'll never find any news. Well, look what happened with Driven, guys. DRVN on the move here. Interesting. DRVN on the move, even though it's been beaten up, accounting irregularities, but it is shaking it off so far. It's still down 36%, but is trying to shake that off. Flab, guys, this is an earnings play. I thought about taking it, but I was a little late, a little bit late. Okay, guys, CCCC over six, earnings play. Next high, looking left, a lot of room, 670. And that is three C's. Okay, guys, CCC holding six nicely so far. So far, Mankind. I don't know if this is an earnings play or not, but I'm hearing it. It's from William Scan. Wow, earnings play. Mankind. Not an all-time low. Hard to believe it's not an all-time low, but it is not an all-time low for Mankind. MNKD. I was amazed. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking. I thought there was 8 million shares to short. Well, there are 6 million shares to short. I'm so surprised. I've seen this one many times in the past. The guy's name is Mann. Is it Dr. Mann? I think. Well, company founded by Alfred E. Mann, not Alfred E. Newman. Alfred E. Mann on February 14th, Valentine's Day, on 1991. Just give me one moment, please. Wow. I mean, obviously I did not take this one, but when I saw it, it was, remember, we were just talking about it, and it was wondering, would it take out the 200-day moving average? Well, guess what? It did. It was right at 83, 84, and it took it out. No problem. What do they do? They, they did a financing. The Williams scan is going a little bit crazy today. Yeah, there's a lot more today than is normal. Boy, oh boy, that was a great bounce for Driven, guys. Now, how long will that last? Now, we're talking about the DRVN. Come on. Yes, come on, CCC. FlyW is another earnings play, guys. FlyW is an earnings play. Look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average, and it could not escape it. Let's see. XWell, what I see for it is right here, 122. So no major clue. Monica? Yeah, so what I'm showing here, guys, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. When the stock is halted, there's the symbol and there's the halt price, 122 in red. This column I'm trying to show you maybe where it could open. This is the first halt of the day. Yeah, first halt of the day. So sometimes the first halt is pretty good, meaning that when it opens, it can go above the 122. You always have to do that, but typically they are 5-minute halts. Boy, oh boy, what a great bounce that it didn't take. DRVN, tremendous. I'm very surprised. So on the Williams scan, it showed up at 10:51. Now remember, I delay everything in the scan till at least 9:45. So if you didn't do that, you probably would have seen it earlier. But even so, 10:51, almost a dollar move, unbelievable. Another one, slide, another one, SLDE. It's an earnings play. A lot of earnings plays. And XWEL just opened, and what did it do? It opened, well, right around the area. It was halted at 122, opened basically there, and now it's starting to rip a little bit, a little bit. Well, I am in one trade. It's modestly good so far, but I'd like to see if it can get a little bit higher for me. Okay, CTRI. What is this one doing? Is this an earnings play? Another earnings play. Boy, another earnings play, guys. The CTRI. Kava continues to move higher here, guys. It's already had a nice move, but Kava continues to try to move a little bit higher. It's an earnings play. A lot of analysts are, but it's sort of at the price targets that a lot of them were talking about. 80, 85. Piper, I didn't mention Piper. Piper, another one that chimed in from 71 to 85. Trust me in that. See right there, 71 to 85 by Piper. Well, I think I picked the most boring one to get into, but I don't get out of a trade because of boredom. Ryan, our another one. Sorry, guys, I know I'm repeating myself, but this the Williams scan is just almost too many. All right. Well, interesting. This is interesting. I'm not in this one. I'm on the other one. This is quadruple C. There is a triple C. Here's another one that has just absolutely come back. Look at KLAR, guys. Now, the next high looking left is around 1586. Let's call it 16. Okay. Had earnings and got hammered down on earnings. Bit of a recovery yesterday. A continuation, trying to continue today as KLAR. Driven is still, man, what a move. All right, guys, it's almost at 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage and show you this information that I'm currently sharing, including, things like this, the compare count window, the races, some scans, etc. Okay. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take it a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. If you want, you can use my promo code 15% off, 15% off. Please listen carefully. The first month only. The first month only. Okay. I always repeat that is because people get so upset they take out a subscription, a monthly subscription, and then the next month they charge the full rate. They don't understand why. So I want to make sure everybody understands that 15% on a monthly subscription is for the first month only. Of course, if you take out an annual subscription, you'll get 15% off the entire year. And that works for both our standard and our premium plans. Well, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. Rooms? Yes, 2 rooms. So I'm moderating a YouTube room. So those of you on YouTube, if you want to come into another trading room, which is a lot more active or interaction amongst traders, okay, there it is. It's free also. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. by the birthday boy today, Obi. Obi opens the room up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic. Both rooms around 9 o'clock. And also, this room is usually open after I leave. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later if there are questions. I think I stayed about the 3 o'clock yesterday. So if there are questions, I'll always stick around. And William, now not today. Obi will probably keep the room open until about 3 today, but William will not be able to do that today. But normally William does that. Okay, so on a big day, the room is open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern time. Okay, so if you're looking for a lot more action, come into the room. Those of you on YouTube, you can stay on YouTube if you want, of course, but you come into this room, there's a lot more action. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you click on my homepage link. First thing to do, click on the education section and getting started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory, that's the first thing you must do. If there are 12 short videos, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you want to try. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can cancel anytime. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you are new to trading. All right? And also, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get to Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. You'll get an email and it'll indicate a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. If you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Last, looking for my scans, and you click on my homepage link, middle section, here they are, okay? So here's the large cap race right here. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is over here. I still have the biggest gainers. That is a more volatile race. You can still have it. I decided to replace it on my layout with this, the compare count window, the movers upside, downside. But you can still have it. It's still there. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, and Pulse Resumes is over here. I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I do not have the Williams scan on here. I might add it next week. Okay. But you can ask me for it if you want. So any questions about these scans? Don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I can't, if I'm tied up doing something, I'll certainly let you know. If it is an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I will direct you to the people who can. Momentum, just a momentum scan. Harizi, okay, just a momentum scan, stocks. But this is kind of a momentum scan also, because when you get an alert here, typically you're going to see good volume, especially later on in the day. All of a sudden, you'll see like a big volume bar standing out. Okay. So this is maybe a potential short, guys. It is down for the day. It's an earnings play. It is showing up in the Williams scan, 22.59. Finally, into the 20s at least. I'm talking about the CCC. Now I made a change. This is one that I made a change to. Okay, the original one, the stock had to be up 25 cents or down 25 cents at the not. Well, I'll show you. Easier to explain it here. Um, yeah, I made the change up 10 cents in the last 5 minutes, down 10 cents. The original scan was up 25 cents. So I probably why I'm getting a few more today. Okay. Yesterday it was not this active even with that change. So here's where I saw the CCC earnings play. Most of these are probably earnings plays. Not an earnings play. Odd is an earnings play, definitely. RVLV is an earnings play. MDLN, not an earnings. Yes, it is an earnings play. I think this was an earnings play. Yeah, Lab, earnings play. So see how many earnings plays there are in this? CWH is definitely an earnings play. OY, not an earnings play, but had earnings on earlier this month, but not an earnings play. This wasn't an earnings play in theory. It was supposed to release today, but delayed because of accounting irregularities from previous years. This is an earnings play. Mankind is an earnings play. Iova, I don't think is an earnings play, but all I'm saying is that a lot of these are because of earnings. YW, earnings play. Ryan, it's definitely not an earnings play. March 3rd, though, coming up. Tandem, I think, was an earnings play, last week. All right. Well, this is giving me a little bit of a percentage move now for the CCCC. Sorry, three C's, not four C's. There were four C's. How's Moderna doing? Moderna is the ENOV. We're just talking about this as a potential short. The only reason I don't like it right now, I don't like that spread, 42.64, 22-cent spread. Not don't love it because of the spread. Another earnings play, guys. ALLT out of Israel. Another earnings play. Boy, Mankind just getting trounced here, guys. I could have taken that short. I just don't usually short stocks really under $5, but boy, that would have been a great move. Like a sensational move. Would have been probably the trade of the day, okay, on a percentage basis. Look at that alert. 947 was the time, 472, 359 now. Probably would have been the trade of the day in terms of percentage move. Straight down. All right, what I'm going to do now is let's take a look at the major sectors, okay? I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. And here are the channels that we've got. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More to get down to the sector status. I like to do this every day. Pretty gives us an idea about what are the strong sectors, what are the weak sectors, and what stocks within some of the sectors are strong or weak. This is something this is for some of you. This may be the reason why you will use Great Ideas. Okay, this is pretty simple. So there's silver. Silver's the top performing ETF in this list of ETFs that we've got. Okay, and if I scroll down to the bottom here, you were just mentioning Barry with a Y. XHB, which are the home builders, is the weakest sector today. Okay, so why is this sort of important? Well, let's just say you wanted to, you thought, I wouldn't mind taking this silver trade. No, I don't mean SLV, but a company that involved with precious metals, silver. Well, if you see that the sector is strong, gives you a little more confidence to be in it. Okay, especially if it's something that does not have any news on its own. If it has news on its own, then it may not matter what its overall sector is doing. But if it does not have any news on its own, and you're looking to take a silver play, you probably want to see what the sector is doing. Same thing with the XHB. Maybe you had an idea today that I'm going to buy one of these home builders. Well, you probably should look at this to see. Well, wait a minute. Why would I buy a home builder unless it is trading on its own? It had earnings, and they were spectacular. Didn't really care what the overall sector was doing. But why would you go against the sector? Hopefully that all makes sense. So now we have 13. We don't have every single sector. here, but we have 13, 11, sorry, 11 of the top ones. So here's industrials as an example. 88. So what does that mean? 88% of the stocks that make up industrials are down for the day. But look at AXON. I think this is I'm pretty sure that William said this was a beat raise. This is an earnings play. So going, this is what I mean. It's going counter to the sector in a huge way. It's up 19%. Whereas the rest of them, most of them are down. You can scroll to the bottom here, and here's the worst one, LHX. Okay, down 6%. Look at this. Look at energy. Energy is getting killed today. Well, killed. I mean, 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down. The only one that's up, it's only up 0.5%, is EQT. Go to the bottom. What's the worst one? OKE. That's the worst one. You know, you think, I mean, look at some of these. I mean, you think that the market was really down today, but here's 94% of the stocks that make up XLP down for the day. Here's DG though, up for the day. But let's take a look at what's the weakest one by far. Well, I don't understand. Well, this is TAP. This is some kind of BF.B. But look at TAP, Molson Coors, down 4%. What's a strong sector? There's not really, I mean, I guess you could say technology. I mean, 72% are up. I mean, that would be the strongest sector if you're just looking at the percentages. Utilities. What's the worst one here? Utilities. PNW. But WDC, Western Digital, the strongest one in technology. I don't think it's an earnings play, not an earnings play. But what's the weakest one? Wow. Look at, well, First Solar. Somebody mentioned First Solar earlier. FSLR, down 13%. It is an earnings play. So you can see what you can do. This is something that maybe for some of you, all you're going to do. You're just going to look at this channel. You're going to see what the strong sector is, sectors are, what the weak ones are. Maybe concentrate just on a couple of these and find ways to trade, you know, maybe the strong one or the weak one within the sector. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but it's certainly an idea. Well, I am getting a little bit more out of this triple C. Okay, let's see if we can get into the 30s. See how beautiful that is now on the wave. I don't know what we're going to call it now, but the wave. So you guys were in this. Wow, good for you guys who are if you're still in this XWEL. Wow. Well, this is maybe the first downturn in it. There's a halt at 143, 137. Okay, so this is where it potentially could open. Not like crashing down or anything, but and it just opened. XWEL just opened. So remember, the halt was at 143. So we're at, it hasn't collapsed yet. Not collapsed. I mean, it's still. If it gets over 143 again, it just may have another run. Watching this. Now, if you're looking at a wave, let's go to 1 minute. Probably has changed to orange. Not yet. Even on a 1 minute, it's not changed to orange, which would indicate, a trend change from strong to weakening. But it is not even on the 1 minute. It's not changed. What is Beyond doing? no, 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 no. This scan is so active today and producing so here's you. This is another one from William Scan. 42.23 on the weekly chart. This is another earnings play, YOU. So look at this, XWell. I mean, it really didn't collapse. I mean, it resumed at 143. It was halted at 143, resumed at 143. It has not collapsed yet anyway. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but okay, LRMR. Let's see, LRMR. Yes, absolutely, Obi. Look at that. What now? How beautiful is that on the 2 minute chart on the wave? Beautiful meaning that none of these bars that you see here crashed underneath the bottom of the wave. In other words, I'm trying to see if I could find an example of something. But you can see. I mean, there were a couple that got into the middle of the wave, but did not get down below. And also you can see that most of the bars are still in contact with the top of the wave. Now, right here, you're getting a little out of contact. The reason I like when I see that, I start to think, okay, it's getting. If you're in this one down here, you're loving it, of course. But what if you got in here? Now you might be thinking, it's getting a little parabolic. It's oh, look at the five. I mean, the five is a great example. Okay, the bottom of that bar is not contacting the top of the wave, so it is now getting very parabolic. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to sell off completely, but well, not completely, but there could be some profit taking. And if you want to know how to add the wave, just ask me. Okay, I'm surprised more people don't ask. It's part of the standard service. It's a great visual aid. Okay, that's what it is. It can really help you keep in a trade a lot longer. I know it has for me. But if you don't want, that's okay. Well, I mean, look at the wave on CCC, guys. I mean, how nice is that also? All right, now now let's take a look at DRVN and what happened on that wave. Okay, and you see that it's poked its head down below 11. So you can see now. I will say this. Well, actually, it's not. It's pretty. It's not a cheap stock. 58 million. But the way see how it got kind of the fatter the wave for me anyway. That's when I start not getting worried, but you start thinking getting a little parabolic. Now you see how it's changing. Now the problem is 1081 is the VWAP. If it gets down below the VWAP, this could have a cascade effect down. If it does, or the VWAP could hold it. It could hold it coming into it. Could act as now. I have taken some off of the CCC, not because, but I'm still in. Okay, but I have taken some off. Got over 630. Minute it got into 630 again, I decided to take some off. But now let's see if I can if I can hold on. See, the wave is still good. Probably in the past on that, I may have taken everything off. Okay, but I'm going to hold on. Remember, FULC yesterday was I think pretty well. got hammered. Yeah, FULC yesterday got hammered. Not a, it was an earnings play yesterday, and that knocked it down, and it got right into the 200-day moving average at green line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. It's now a little bit above it. FULC. It's above the whole number. So some interesting things, guys. I mean, 1036 is the next high looking left. If it's going to have some recovery, it's got some room. Look at you guys. Look at you. Can I look at ONDS? Sure. Haven't seen it anywhere, but let's take a look. Yeah, I haven't seen it because the relative volume is only 0.79, so it's not trading abnormally. Not much that I can really comment on. I mean, it's in this area here. I mean, I guess if it wants to get going, it does have some room to 11.59, but it's only up 11 cents, 1%. So not, and it's very choppy on the 2-minute chart. Doesn't mean it's not going to run later, but like for me, it's just not interesting. Well, that LD, I mean, that it can help. Okay, the wave can help. Why is the scan not showing LRMR? What scan are you talking about, Balagan? It's here. So what scan are you talking about? I'm talking to Balagan in our YouTube room when you say, why is the scan not showing LRMR? All sorts of scans showing it. I mean, right here, LRMR. Um, the William scan, as I call it, over and over again. So depends what you're looking at. If you're talking about this, it's not here because it's probably the float. No, it's not. It's not a large cap. It's not large. It's not a large cap stock. If that's what you're talking about in here, the minimum market cap has to be 500 million, so it must be under 500 million. But you have to give me more information. Like when you say, why is the scan? I mean, there's tons of scans. So what scan are you talking about? Not showing LRMR. Can you hear me? Callaghan, can you hear me? I would like to help. Okay, so yeah, if you ask, just in general, guys, if you ask me a question and I'm trying to answer, you can just tell me yes or no if I've helped, so I can kind of move on. But okay, so wow, I mean, again, look at you, 40.70, and there's a dollar move. Another earnings play. All right, now what about this VRRM? I don't want to miss this one if it had. Well, I see the thanks. Okay, I see the thanks, but I don't see. I saw your question. Okay, but why is the scan not showing LRMR? I answered, but I didn't see the thanks for a while. Man, man, oh man, guys, mankind is just getting absolutely crushed down 38%. VIR guys, in YouTube, there is a delay, okay? There is a delay. If you wanna come into the other room, there's no delay. We don't put the delay on. YouTube puts the delay on. It's about a 7 or 8-second delay. So if you wanna come into the main room, it's free, okay? I can give you the link if you want to do that. Okay, so there's my homepage link. I just posted it in. So if you click on, so anybody in YouTube, if you want to come into what I call the main room, well, it is the main room. Much more action in this room, more interaction amongst other traders. It's free, and it also opens at 6:45 a.m. So if you're looking for some, you know, interaction amongst other traders in the pre-market, before 9:30, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45. All right. Look at Zeta now, guys. It turned around. Okay, Zeta was negative the last time I saw it, and now it is turned around. ZETA. What the heck? You is just ripping. Look at that. Look at that wave on the 2 minute once it settled down. Okay, guys, listen. Dan Merkin, well, I have to confirm that. I'm pretty sure though. The CEO of Trade Ideas is going to be starting a YouTube stream at around his own, so he won't take over mine at around noon Eastern time. Keep asking him. You know what to ask him. Keep asking him about how even me, not even me, I really want it. You get a buy flag on an alert that you set up, like a scan that you set up. You want to be alerted when there's a buy flag or a sell flag. Okay, HNI showing up in the Williams scan. Now, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is it's almost right there. 43.86. So it's almost right there. If it took that out, the next low is around 42. So there is some room. It's through the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look on the daily chart. 42. Yeah, so it's about the same. So there is some room underneath for HNI. I would want to wait though if it's got to take out that low right there, which is 43.86. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Say 43.71. I want to see if it takes that out. This is an earnings play, and it's a short opportunity. All right, guys, I just had a confirmation. So Dan will start a YouTube stream at around noon Eastern. A little, usually it's a little bit before. I don't have the link yet. Pepe usually gives it to me at about quarter two or so. Again, it's your opportunity to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas. He does this typically every Wednesday between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay. I am now dissuaded from taking the HNI short. I'm looking at here 4406, 4435. Don't like the spread, so I'll probably just take a pass on that anyway. Don't like the spread. So BRAI, when I first saw that, I thought it was the BNAI, but it's the BRAI. I wonder if it'll what's the float? Look at that float, guys. 570,000 in the float for a $27 stock. Bet you the spread is lovely. Not as bad as I thought, believe it or not. 27.10. Well, now it's getting crazy. Yeah, it's 20. Yeah, now it's a. I mean, if it moves $4 or $5, that spread won't matter, but we don't know what's going to do that. Pretty good one from our AI also, guys. The RYAM. Only one reentry today and didn't work. Well, so far not working. This was a long SGML. I think this was the one. Yeah, this is lithium play. Zimbabwe stopping lithium shipments, and so this is a lithium play. So it soared on that news, but 1623 was a potential reentry, but it is still well below that. So it doesn't look like that one will work today. Just waiting for another reentry. All right, guys, let's see if I can find something else that I haven't seen today. So how about the CABA, CABA, Cabaletta Bio. So CABA, not an earnings play. Of course, they don't all have to be earnings plays. It's just that a lot of these ones that are moving are based on because of earnings. It wouldn't surprise. Where's this one out of? This is out of Australia. Okay, BNI. Well, then I'm surprised. Okay, this is actually a U.S. company. 3 million in the float, so quite a bit more than the 500,000 percentage wise. But wouldn't surprise me if people are. I'm not saying they're confused, but they're saying, you know what? Never mind BNAI. Let's go BRAI. Because I'm sure we'll not see any news for BRAI. But let's see if we do. before I say that. I don't doubt if there's any news on this one. Just a trading vehicle. So you see what happens on now that we're getting a little bit later in the day. We're an hour into the after the 9:30 open. A lot of the alerts that you're going to see here, you'll see, a lot of them you're going to see a little volume burst. Okay, so look at the IMVT. You see the little volume burst on the 2 minute chart. See how that little volume burst is there, standing out. You're going to start to see more of those as the day proceeds. So in other words, making a new low or a new high, but also on a volume burst. Mr. Singh, good morning. I haven't even looked at the SPY today. So yeah, so kind of in a underneath the VWAP. So it's underneath the VWAP or in the VWAP area. We'll call it the VWAP area. So it's been trying to sort of struggling to go one way or the other. But you're right, looks like maybe a bit of a downtrend now. Man, oh man, look at the RYAM. So RYAM from our AI, RYAM from William Scan, our AI picked it up a little bit earlier, 9:38. Boy, Fig's been on a roll, guys. I mean, ever since earnings. I mean, it had been beaten up quite a bit, and then had earnings, had a decent reaction to earnings. Okay, this was on the 19th. Okay, released after hours on the 18th, so the reaction was on the 19th. Had a decent day the day after, but then this day, right there, that's when the basically virtually every stock in the market dropped. And then, of course, we had a rally yesterday and continuation. So here's FIG. Okay, I see BRAI. Ooh, you got trapped in that one then. Look, it opened at 28. And just got halted. It got halted. Well, hard to know where it's going to open. Okay, got halted at 29.09. Well, doesn't look good right now. Doesn't mean it's going to open underneath, but doesn't look good. Your learning is complete. That's an aggressive statement. My learning is never complete. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking to see. Now, I haven't gone over this race at all. Let's see. Take a look at some of the ones that have won races. PLAB has won 4 races today. So these are large cap races, as it's called, large cap races. If anybody wants to understand what the concept of racing is, just let me know. But as you can see, it builds a top 10 list for you automatically. So these are stocks you could watch basically all day long. Now, there could be some replacements, but certainly this will not get replaced. And probably the SUPN, any stock that has won multiple races. So this is an earnings play. Interesting. So what? See, you can see what's happening. Here's so when you click on anything that is a won a race or here in this list, you don't have to wait for something to be at the top. Look what's happening with this SUPN. It's coming into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP acts as support. Okay, that's the SUPN. Maybe it acts as support and it bounces off it and continues to make another move higher. Yeah, I'm just pulling your leg there, Mr. Singh. But good for you. Boy, oh boy, Ryan, why is this up? I don't see that it's an earnings play. Ah, I think we saw this earlier. Yes, we saw this company, American AIP, acquiring a 5.1. I guess they have some weight. I guess purchased 3.4 million shares. So they purchased those at approximately average price at around 740. Excuse me, $7.47. Okay, and they'd previously made an unsolicited takeover proposal back in November 2025, offering 11 to $12 a share, which is getting close to again. The board rejected it, but they're allowed to keep buying shares, and that's what they've done. So that's the reason for this big pop for RYAM today. Okay, am I going to get rewarded for extreme patience? And Larimer just made another new high. You can see it here. You can see it in the Williams scan. Again, you won't see it here because it's not a large cap, not a large enough cap. It has to be at least half a billion market cap in here. Not an earnings price. So why is what is happening with this one? So Wedbush is putting an $11 target on it. Okay, I sometimes these. I'm noticing my feed is there. We are $11 target. Anybody else? Even Citibank raising it to 14 from 12 at Citi. Is this Citibank or I never know. I mean, should say never know, but let's take a look at CITI. Citigroup. Okay, there's Citigroup. Anyway, CITI. But they had news yesterday. Didn't realize that. They did have news yesterday. Surges on FDA breakthrough therapy designation. You know what? I do recall seeing that yesterday now. And so I had a nice day yesterday, but today is eclipsing it by a great amount. I saw SMX earlier somewhere, Obi. So the stock composite. So well, this is a proprietary indicator that we've got. So the higher that number, so if I'm looking at SGML at 73, I mean, the higher the number, the better in terms of it's a combination of fundamentals and also technical. So a stock with strong fundamentals and strong technicals will have a higher composite rating. Okay. So, for instance, I can't remember what the one we saw yesterday with a 99, but that's basically it. Now, it's not so much the alerts quality. This is what I would call for more longer term trades. Okay, if you're looking to maybe to swing something and you're looking for say something with strong fundamentals plus strong fundamental technicals, not so much intraday trading. I mean, obviously, I mean if you saw something that had a high number and it was moving, sure. But I think it's probably moved or used more for people who are looking for, longer term trades. Because if you want to get into something that's strong, or on the conversely, maybe a very weak rating, but maybe it's starting to move back higher. Does that make sense? So let's see if I can find one that is, like here's the lowest we go to is 42. It's 40. Okay, so look at owl. This is very weak fundamentals, weak technicals. You can kind of see. I mean, look obviously in the technical side. I mean, it's been hammered down over the last few months, and I don't have any fundamental data here, but I bet you if William looked, it does. I don't mean for you to look, but you could probably look and or if you saw the fundamentals, it's probably not great. But that might be something, for bottom fishers. Maybe you want to take a look at, something that has very, and maybe starting to move for bottom fishers. Okay. And it's just a matter, you can add that to your, well, this is what I've got that in my single stock window. So the question from Baba, are you asking R? I know that AIDX it was. Obi said that AIDX was definitely a direct listing. I don't know about the BRAI. How long has it been trading? Oh, just this month. I don't know about this one. It looks like, yeah. I mean, I don't really even remember this day, to be honest. That this got up to 100. I don't really remember this. Okay, let's see if our news has that information. So what day was this? This was the 12th. Okay, so it says, okay, let's see if it does say it was a direct listing. Yeah, direct listing. Okay, whoops. Well, you have to trust me. For some reason, it's there we are on the Newswire. So yeah, it was a direct listing. Okay. So yeah, so your inference maybe is that okay, this had a massive the AI. What was the other one you're talking about? AIDX. AIDX did not have the same sort of move. I don't think it did anyway. Actually, it was a pretty good move. Yeah, up to $50 on our direct listing, but it is since then. But I know where you're going with this. Who knows? Somewhere down the future, tomorrow, next week, next month, you never know. Might have a 1 day spurt. Exceptional call volume. Well, let's take a look at Owl. Give me a moment, guys. Are you going to film me? Are you going to film me? I don't know. I've been trying to get this at 1586 on the short, but it was down more than 10%, and I held it, holding it there for about 20 seconds. Did not get a fill because of the uptick rule, I guess. Plenty of shorts available, 3 million at Interactive Brokers, but son of a gun, I missed. It wouldn't fill me. I just didn't get the fill because of the uptick rule. Now I could, start chasing it down, I suppose. I just don't feel like doing that. So for those of you wondering what I'm talking about in terms of the uptick rule, if the stock is down more than 10% and you want to short it, assuming your broker has shorts available, typically all you have to do is just go in at the bid, say 1580, and you'll get almost an instant fill. Okay. But if I tried to short this right now at 1579, there'd have to be some trading at 1581 and then back down to the 15 or wherever I was. And I could be in a big queue of people who want to do the same thing. And that's evidently what happened. I was trying to get it at 1586 and I could not get the fill, even though, there's tons of shares available, but that's just the uptick rule. And why Vroom? Well, showed up on the Williams scan at 1602 price. I waited for a break underneath 16. No, it's got nothing new. I would only use it for longer term trades, really. Ariz, okay. Is that really, the fact that XWEL was a 52, I wouldn't, to me, it would make no difference. I don't think it's really affecting the way it's going to trade intraday. Look at Vroom though. Look at 42. It's really, really at the low. I would say we only go down to 40. On the high side, we will go right up to 100. I really only mentioned it yesterday, the stock composite rating. For those of you who are maybe looking for longer term trades or swing type trades, and looking to get into maybe like a stock that is strong, both fundamentally and technically. Now, some might say that if it's at 100, maybe it's due for a pullback. All right, guys. So, how is that BRAI doing? Well, still hanging in. This could be one of those late days, guys. I'm going to put a price alert up here to 32, just in case it maybe later on in the day it's back up near the high and starts to run. Of course, it's got a ton of room. 37 is the next high, And of course, and then there's this. All right, another one halted, guys. SPHL halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. So let's take a look. I have to expand this a little bit. I want to see where the next high is on the daily chart. So we're talking here. So here is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Remember, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the low price, 346. Potential open. This is the first halt of the day probably for it. Potential open 355. Doesn't have to open here. And typically they are a 5-minute halt. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:01 plus 7 seconds. Okay, it was halted at 10:56 plus 7 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it is a multiple of 5. You can see the BRAI halted at 10:38, 55, 5 minutes right to the second, open 5 minutes later. That is typical of the halts or zooms. And why did they get halted? Very simple definition. There is more to it, but simple definition, just the stock went up too fast, short period of time. So it's sort of a pause in the action. I believe somebody told me a long time ago that it started during the big financial crisis in '07 or '08, when stocks were just going absolutely crazy, especially down, but even up. Some of them were having big, huge bounces. So I think that's when the whole concept of halts or zooms started. Volatility ones. Of course, stocks are still halted because of news. We don't get too many news halts, but VIR just cannot hold its gains. I mean, that was a nice pop from about 10:30 all the way up to 1080, but now it's starting to drift down. What's the float in that one again? Yeah, I mean it's not low, but it's not high, but it's certainly not a low float. 94 million. Well, again, let's see what happens here. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. Okay, that purple line in the chart, that is the VWAP, could act as support. Coming into it could act as support. See, okay, see as we get further into the day, look at alts, but more important, look at the volume burst. Okay, as we get probably after the first hour or so, the alerts you get here, more than likely you're going to see a big volume burst. Look at the 5-minute volume burst, 2-minute volume burst or ALPS. So yes, it made a new high for the day, but also on volume. Doesn't mean just pile into the trade, but it certainly becomes a lot more interesting. The same thing, little volume burst right there, UPXI. Well, here's another cheap one, guys. Underneath, so this one is the only one. This is the only one that I have stocks under $1. I think my minimum is 50 cents. I did this because I know there are people who love to play stocks under $1. So I decided, okay, for those of you, I will have this. And who knows? Maybe it could turn into the next XWEL, which is doing what now? Still hanging in. It has not collapsed yet. And B2Q, Obi, yeah, little bit of room, okay, a little bit of room. 337. I mean, obviously, if you took this trade right now and it got to 337, be an awesome percentage gain, but we don't know what's going to do that. Okay, let's take a look, guys. What are the sectors doing? Silver is still strong. Okay. All right. You just start off small there, George. Good for you. So silver is still strong, guys. Where's gold? Gold is, silver is always way more, well, has been over the last several months, way more volatile than gold. So there's silver leading the charge. And what's at the bottom? Still those home builders, XHB and energy and oil services, retail. These are all negative. Negative. I don't mean they're crashing or anything, but they are down from yesterday's close. Who remembers Hank? Who remembers Hank Kingsley? Got to be somebody out there who knows what I'm talking about. Because every time I see D now, I think of him. Nobody? William, you must know who Hank Kingsley is. Somebody out there's got to know. And no fair going to Gemini. Hank Kingsley. Really? There you go. Mickey Barry. I think a show that really didn't get a lot of because I think it wasn't on mainstream TV, but the Larry Sanders Show. Hey now, every time I see D now, I think of him. He was the sort of the Ed McMahon character on the or the Gary Sandling Show. Actually, I guess it was the Larry Sanders Show. Yeah, the Gary Sandling Show was his first one. Great show. I thought it was a great show. Really? Yes, small one. SLV, small one. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. So again, if silver does start to give it up though, then you can start looking at some of the silver plays and seeing if they're going to do the same thing. It's just that intraday. Now we've had some days where silver has started out really low. Look at the Larimar again, LRMR. What a week! Like look at that week. Vito, if you're still around, I remember you talking about this one early. I wasn't ignoring you, but I got so much going on that it's hard for me to look at everything. Yeah, yeah. If that's well, I think it also had, but it had the great news yesterday. Okay, it's just that yesterday's news was really good, but today's I don't believe it's just because of Wedbush. I just think it's and also City, target of 15 or 14 from City. Okay, guys. So this actually was a see, this was a 10-minute halt. Okay, SPHL was a 10-minute halt. Got halted at 10:56. Typically they're five, but in this case it was a multiple of five, which is in this case was a 10-minute halt for SPHL. I was looking to short this one just under 10. So do you have a premium service, Mr. Singh? Do you have access to Holly, the AI, our AI? The reason I ask, I want to show you how you can load it, but if you don't have it, just let me know if you have it or don't have it. Okay, I don't know press hat. I don't know what. Oh, I see. Well, it does work on the web-based version, but we do not support the web-based version. It's not that we just don't support it with Holly, but we don't really support the web-based version anymore. Okay, so I mean, if you have, the only reason you're probably asking is do you have a Mac or something? Because if you're wondering, well, which version should I use, the web-based or the downloadable app? 100% the downloadable app. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. That's a problem. Well, problem. I mean, I haven't looked at the web-based version for a long time. So let's just see if I can even load it. We just don't support it anymore. But I mean, if you only wanted to use it for the AI, let me see. I'm gonna have to find out how to load it even. I don't even have a link for it anymore. That they probably knows, but I don't even have a link for, for the web-based version anymore. If you put the link in here, if you put the link in here, uh, thank you, thank you, Pepe. Okay, I can't load it. I need another account. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that. I'm pretty sure that the AI is probably still in it. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the CCC. Okay. Yeah, for me, but see, I'm in the downloadable app. I can't have both. I'd have to find my other account. I used to be able to have two versions of Trade Ideas open at the same time. Okay, but I'd have to find out where that other my other login is. I don't have. I just don't know where it is. But if you have it, just click on. Well, you should have you should have something like this, okay? If you click on new and then channel bar or something like that, okay, it's still in there. I'm going to click on dock channel bar, but you should have something that'll show you Holly AI, okay? Okay, in the channel. So it's the top channel, okay, as Pepe is saying. So I guess you do have access to it, okay? Don't look at this one, okay? I don't think you have access to this one. It's called the channel bar, but you'll see it as Pepe says is in the top channel, okay? And so if you load that, then you should see the AI alerts today. Now, how to use them is up to you, okay? I mean, here they are. So Mr. Singh asked a question. Well, now, again, I don't know if you answered the question. I just need to know if you have. Okay, you have a Dell laptop, but do you have access to the AI? Did you sign up for our premium service? Talking to Mr. Singh, okay? I mean, basically, it looks like this, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. You have an alert price. You have a stop price. A lot of times, what I wait for is the reentry, though. There's only been one reentry, and today it did not work. Okay. But a lot of times I wait for a reentry, but you can tell right there, RYAM, I mean, it's an awesome alert, 938, 1019 now, that's an 8% move, etc. But a lot of times what I do is I just wait for a reentry. And you get a reentry if the stock, well, what happened here? Okay, the entry was the alert price was at 1648, got stopped out at 1599. And then at some point, it got halfway again between the original alert price and that exit, which in this case was 1623. You have an opportunity to either, if you took it the first time, to try it again, or you wait. I like to wait. Now, waiting on this one, Ryan, it obviously did not hit that reentry. Okay. So, I mean, you do run the risk. I mean, it doesn't mean, I'm not saying everybody should just wait for a reentry. I've just found, well, obviously, if you wait for a reentry, it'll be at a better price because, it'll be at a halfway between. But sometimes, you're just not going to get a reentry. There's only one today. Yesterday, we had a few and they were very, very good. Yeah. Okay. So you got it. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. Okay. I can't tell you how to trade it, Prasad. Okay. You have to have some idea of trading. Okay. So it's not a matter of saying, okay, what you do is this. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of these. Boy, that's the one I wanted. Didn't just missed because you got distracted. I loved it. Look what it did at 10. Okay, got up into the 10 level. It was still hanging underneath the VWAP, and it started to move down. I said, okay, take it, and I just forgot. So CWH has had a interesting day. It is still down for the day, but it has come off the mat here, about a dollar. The low it looks at around $8. It's up to 9 now. Well, again, you just wait for the alerts to happen. There will not be an alert until at least 9:40. You can see the earliest alert today was at 9:40. That's by design. You will not get any alert until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. Today, we did get one. Got a couple right at 9:40, 9:43, 9:42. Okay. Usually by about 11 o'clock, it's done in terms of new alerts. There's a possibility you'll get some alerts after that, but I cannot. But if you're asking, well, how do you trade them? I mean, you have to have some trading experience, okay? Because look, if I see this RIAM, okay, I know it's an earning. Well, it's not an earnings play, but it had that news about a company taking a big stake in it, and a company that was looking maybe to buy them. So it had some news. And so when you digest all that, you think, okay, when you look left, because what the alert was at 9:38. So when you look left on a daily chart, a ton of room on the weekly chart. Okay, that's what I do. So you may have looked at that and go, you know what? I've just sort of seen it. And now a stock doesn't have to have news, but I think I just call it a bonus. If a stock does have some news, I call it a bonus. So GoDaddy is the earnings play. Yeah. Boy, it's been well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it had a nice bounce. Did that even get positive? No, of course it didn't. So well below yesterday's close, but it, got up to what, 79? You know what? This is very interesting to me. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. Let me get rid of some of these. I put a price alert, I think, on Fermi yesterday. Fermi. But getting back to GoDaddy, I mean, this underneath the VWAP, weak stock. That's a big move. Yeah, that's a big move for Bitcoin. It was looking like it was going to get down to 60 yesterday. So how's IBIT doing? Yeah, I mean, look at this. So it got down. I mean, I'm just using IBIT as something to. I want to trade. If I want to trade Bitcoin, I can use IBIT during market hours. Well, I guess I don't know. Of course, you can still trade this after hours before the market, but all right, guys. Well, you know what? The Kava is really basing here. Kava is really basing. CAVA hanging over the VWAP still, really basing nicely. Earnings playing. A lot of analysts piling into this one with their projections of where it could go. All right, why is Beyond Meat moving? BYND still under $1. The only thing I see are lawyers pleading with you, to join a class action. There's these guys, Levi and Korstinski, and I think there are other ones. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of lawyers, law firms pleading with you to join a class action. All right, ROC. I saw somebody mention it. I put a price alert for some reason. Can't remember why. Probably did it yesterday or days ago. I can't remember really why I put this price alert. Probably was yesterday. I'm looking at this. It took out the last week's high. Wow, LRMR. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. At some point. Now, here's a great. If you were in LRMR and you rode, see how that finally pierced down below? That's where I would have taken some profit. Okay, right there when that bar pierced below the wave, it wouldn't get out of everything, depending where you got in. And now you're getting rewarded by holding on. My goodness. Okay, next high is 689 on the monthly. This is back in well over a year ago. Well, this is December of 2024. There are a lot of shares available for me anyway. Interactive Brokers, 1.3 million. You think at some point it's just going to run out of some steam. Remember this one? I was trying to get this one. I mean, it's inched its way down. I was trying to get it at that 1595 area. 1569 now. It's on a short from the Williams can. I wouldn't mind shorting this one, this OGN, but a lot of shares available. But I'm looking left, and the next low looking left is too close, the 20 cents away. Trying to completely turn around, guys. I mean, CWH, I mean, it's still down 14%, down $1.50 from yesterday's close, but it is really on a rampage up. And that's the CWH. So again, will it run out of, I mean, it's still, not good at all in terms of, but it has recovered. But at some point, you would think maybe this recovery will be over. Trick is when. When. All right, guys, NVCR, this looks interesting, except I wish that next high wasn't so close. Only 30 cents away and at 15. So, it could easily stall there. Otherwise, I probably would have taken this. It's a very narrow wave, just, inching its way up. It's an earnings play, but I just don't like the fact that that next high is so close. And plus, to me, a pretty psychological number to get through that 15. So give me a moment, guys. You mentioned owl earlier, William. So there is owl right here. Yes, I mean, look at the option. Well, actually, it's not really trading normally. It's actually not trading abnormally, according to us. You mentioned call option or something like that, but 33,500 total contracts, but that's only 98%. So it's just basically normal right now. And crawling off the bottom. If you look at the composite rating, very very low, trying to crawl off the bottom here. Yeah, Cava's making a new high now, guys. Yes, Cava, CAVA, another new high for the day. Blue Owl shares slide as retail investors panic over recent news. It was selling $1.4 billion. This is, I mean, it hasn't affected the stock today, but obviously earlier, they're selling $1.4 billion in loans to give money back to investors in certain funds and ending quarterly redemptions in one of its funds, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I guess. What's the symbol? You say Claritev short? What is the symbol? I mean, I can type it, start typing in the name, but am I missing something? 159 when you're saying a Claritev short? I don't see a company called that. Well, of course, we base our percentages on, the average over the last 10 days. I mean, it still moved well. I mean, it still, had a great move. All right, guys. So I have about 30 minutes left, and then I'll be taking off. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream. So for those of you in YouTube, he's not going to be in that stream, but I will put the YouTube link in once I get it, probably from Pepe. Okay. All right, guys. 11:32. So let's take a look at some of these. That the BTQ, Ampex. The pattern group, PTRN, sort of interesting. I mean, it's a little extended now, but let's see if it holds or pulls back a little bit. This is a relatively recent IPO back in September of last year. Okay. Here is a new one for me. It's too late. Must be a lithium play. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. I should have jumped the gun. Lifetime. Thought it was a lithium play, but no, it is not. LTH. Ugh, would have been. I didn't see this one. 1010, 2601 was the alert. Really didn't do much until now. Not an earn. Well, it was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, this was an earnings play yesterday. Not a great reaction to earnings yesterday. It's basically a continuation down off earnings yesterday. Meanwhile, guess who's making a new high? LRMR. Okay, let's take a look at this large cap stock. Okay, I like to see the ones that are just over the whole number. ALKT, uh, Alchemy. Haven't seen this one for a long, long time. Oh, I'm thinking of Akamai. Okay, so that it's not the same. Okay, so um, okay, it must be a play on alchemy, turning copper into gold. Okay, the next high looking left, 1668. So there is room for ALKT. Yeah, there's room. Hmm, interesting one, guys. A little bit extended, but it's just totaling over the whole number. 16 has room. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. They release after hours, okay? It's post market, so they release after hours. Well, Trade Ideas has no control over your account, of course, Mr. Singh. I mean, when you say you got 2,000 in your account, I mean, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't Trade Ideas doesn't say you need a certain amount in any brokerage account. Now, 2,000 is not a lot, but okay. But can you start? I mean, you can start with $500 in theory, but so we don't say at Trade Ideas you need a certain amount in your broker's account to use us. Okay, we're not okay. But obviously, you're gonna have to start small in terms of, share size and all of that, but, we have no minimum. We have no tie with any broker in that regard. Alright, now here is a new one, okay? We again, a little bit late, the AI, a little bit well, I say late, I mean, don't often get too many, certainly hardly any after, 12 o'clock. But this is a new one just showing up, SIBN, Sibon Medical Device Company. Um, Not a lot of volume. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Well, let's take a look. I don't want to be too influenced, but 1550. So right there, you can see I would never take this right here. The next high is looking left, and then there's even one at 1553. Now, if it takes out 1553, perhaps there is some room up to well on a well, this had earnings yesterday. Okay, so had earnings yesterday. So actually, it was an interesting day. I got up to 1686, but look where it closed down here at 1526. So it did not hold its gain. Only thing I can say, it's above yesterday's close, barely. So to me, I don't know. I mean, look, I might be completely wrong. I might just might go on a run, but I'm not that interested in it. But if you have the AI and you're looking at it in a different way, by all means, take it. Yeah. Yeah, well, you can see what's happened with silver today so far anyway. I mean, yes, it did pop down below the VWAP, but for a big part of the day, which makes sense. I mean, this is where, the most of the volume is. It's been hanging around the VWAP, but maybe now it's going to get a little bit above it. Look at the SPY. Let me back this out just a little bit here. Look at the SPY. Same kind of thing, Silver in the SPY, again, kind of the same thing. Right, hanging around the VWAP and now maybe accelerating off. Shoot, I was thinking of taking this LTH, but I didn't do it. I didn't take the short on it, and, I think I was influenced by this over here, right there on the weekly chart, but it is now below that. You making a new high, guys, another new high for you, earnings play, and is this I had a why did I put a price alert for ADPT? Let's see. You can see why. Oh, okay. So you can see why I put a price alert. I wanted to see if I could get clear all this. So we are at 1642, so 1638. So it did trigger briefly. If it can get really through it, the next time the daily chart is around 18. So there is room. You can see what it's. I don't like it. I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't like it because of how choppy it was. It has been on the 2 minute chart. It's not really trading a lot, 310,000, which is only 0.7 times 0.75 times normal up to this time of day. So I'm probably going to have to take a pass. I mean, the best thing I can say is it got into the VWAP and that held. Oh boy. I don't know if anybody's still in this XWell, but that just made a new high. XWell just made a new high. And so Monica, are you still in it? Anybody still in this XWell? Just made another new high. Look at that. Look at the volume that came in. A little bit of volume came in on the 5. Look what happened. It held the VWAP down here. And then boom, a big pop. Okay, I have to back this monthly chart out. Where could it keep going? Looks like the next high in a monthly chart is around 2. Actually, 169. 169 is the next high in a monthly chart. Yeah, it's the definition volume weighted average price. So it is a price in which a lot of volume is. Okay, I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but where a lot of volume is, so a lot of people, what they'll do, you see that purple line on my chart. If a stock comes down into it, a lot of people will look at that and go, okay, maybe that's support. Okay, maybe that is going to be support, and it could bounce. In this particular case, it did that. Okay, if the stock is below and you're looking to go long, and it comes into it from underneath, some people will look at that as resistance to moving higher. But officially, it is the volume weighted average price. So, for instance, what if a stock popped up, $10, but it was only one share? Okay, not too significant. But if a lot of the volume is at a certain price, that is pretty significant. If that makes sense, the average price, if that makes sense. So that's why this is probably the second most used indicator after the 200-day moving average. Now, does it happen all the time? When a stock comes into the VWAP, does it always hold? Of course not. If it did, it would be super simple to trade. But a lot of people look at the VWAP area as a potential area where a stock could come into and it could act as support. Support meaning it won't go down below it too much, and then it'll move off it. Okay. Now you can actually get a more substantial. We might even have. Okay, so here we actually, this is a more official definition, but you can see right there. The VWAP is a trading benchmark that gives the average price a stock has traded at throughout the day, weighted by volume. Okay. And so the VWAP number will change. It will not be the same number all day long because let's just say all of a sudden there was an explosion of volume up here, then that's when you'll start to see the VWAP rising up, okay? If that makes sense. All of a sudden, if there was an explosion of volume up at this higher price up here, like a huge amount, like millions of shares all of a sudden traded up here, then that VWAP will more than likely start to edge up. So it's not a static number for the day. Man, I can't believe I missed, these LTH, another one. I mean, so here's a decent example. See how the VWAP is moving down? See how it kind of tried to get into it up here, tried to get into it up here, and it was rejected and move, and then a little bit of move into it, but not that close. So it's still under the VWAP. So it's in theory, a lot of people will look at that being very weak. It's not, there is no bulletproof indicator out there. William says he only really looks at the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's probably the most significant one. But there's a lot of programs that if the stock is below the 200-day moving average, they won't take the trade, as an example. And again, that's just the 200-day average price. And so so that's why you're probably not here in the pre-market, but been looking at the financials. This is one of the major sectors, of course, financial sector, and you can see there it is. I mean, it's below the 200-day moving average, which is pretty significant. This is a massive sector, of course, sort of an overall barometer of the market. Of course, the market is still. I mean, look, the market SPY anyway. I mean, it's not that far from the 700 level again. But some people would worry about this, that the financials are underneath that 200-day. Some people would, because it's such a major sector. Now, does it mean that the market is going to collapse? Of course not. Wow, 11:49. Pepe, Pepini, as I or sorry, not Pepini, but Pepini. That's right. My new name for Pepe, combination of Pepe and Gemini. So normally, Dan Merkin, the CEO, nothing yet. Okay, thanks. So Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream, and it'll run from approximately noon to 1 o'clock Eastern time. So say about 11 minutes from now. I'm just waiting for a link. Okay, so I can put this in the room. I take my break then, but it's your opportunity to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas for about an hour. You're going to ask him questions. No guarantee he's going to answer them all, but you can ask him questions. And I'm telling you, I would keep asking about, Dan, we want to have a scan, our own scans, that when we get a buy flag or a sell flag, we get a real-time alert on it. Okay? Because that's what I'd like too. And it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he has to allocate I guess, the manpower and all to do it. But every Wednesday, if you keep hammering at it, saying, guys, this is what we'd really like, and not just one person, but get a few people. He's not listening to me, but but seriously, the more people who keep after him on that, re-emphasizing that that's what we really want. Okay, so again, what I'm talking about is, imagine if I had here's a scan. So if and here is my trigger. I'm going to have to work quickly here. Here's my trigger in this scan: a new high of the day, a new low of the day. Okay, two triggers on here. But what I'd like to have is, if my scan, if all the filter values are met, and we get a buy flag. Okay, like right there. I want to have an alert on that, a real-time alert on it, or a sell flag. Okay, want to have so on the scans that I create, I want to be able to have a buy or sell flag automatically alerted. Can't do it right now. Okay. So the more people who keep asking about it, he's aware. He's completely aware. Well, look at what happened here, guys. Did I let it get the best of me? Not really. I mean, it turned orange. It did turn orange. So, but I probably shouldn't have got a. I should not have got out of everything. I guess. This is the one I was in earlier. If I look at a 5, it didn't turn orange. It is a great idea. Not because I'm saying it, but it is a great idea. Boy, this has got some room. Frog Guys, FROG has got a lot of room. Look at that. $51 is the next high on the daily chart. Now it got beaten up. Okay. It got beaten up. It's funny though. It did not get beaten up on earnings because it had earnings in this day and, it wasn't bad. But for some reason, I don't know what happened here, but that dropped from 51 down to 37. The next 2 days got down to 34. Trying to have a bit of a resurrection though. Okay, and that's Frog. I don't know what happened here. Obviously, there was something because this was not as a result of earnings. It's not a low float either. 102 million in the float. So that was it's pretty devastating. That sort of a move. So I don't know if our news will pick it up. Let's take a look on the 20th. I can't go back to the 20th. Well, there must be obviously. I don't know if it's because of the new AI Anthropics new AI that's coming. I guess that's going to be an IPO, a big one. What do they do here? Hybrid universal development operations platform that powers and controls the software supply chain, et cetera, et cetera. So, but it's trying to come back. I mean, I'd be watching this one, guys. I really would be watching this one. You're more than welcome, LD. We'll see you tomorrow, or if you come back later on today. All right, guys. Again, just waiting. There we go. So there is the link. Thank you very much, Pepe. So there's a link. He hasn't started yet. Okay, but you can head into that into the YouTube room. He hasn't quite started yet. So for those of you on YouTube, what I'm doing is I'm putting the link in. If you want to head over and listen to Dan, above link is for Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay. And he's just starting up. He's just got it. I see he's got his screen displayed. Okay. And here it is again, guys. Okay. So I'll take my break now. I don't want to compete with Dan. So I'm going to take my break now. He usually goes to at least 1 o'clock, sometimes a little bit after. I will be back definitely by 1, but I'll put my announcement in. Okay, back around 1 p.m. ET. So I'm going to mute myself now in both rooms. Oops. All right, guys. I'm now back in both rooms. Dan is probably just wrapping up now. So, Ryam, I did my, you know what? I did my video on Ryam and I was saying, you know what? This takes, gets over 10. Could have another little run in it. And look what happened. Got over 10, another little run in it from 10 to 1033. Um, LPTH, LPTH. Ooh, look at LPTH, light path. Look at the volume coming in. Remember what I was saying about in this scan here? Now, just to explain, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Basically, it's taking two different scans, well, two competing scans with very similar filters in each one. So with those filters in each one, very similar, show me the stocks went up are making new highs versus the ones making new lows. Okay. And as I said, later on in the day, we you're going to see probably some stocks that look just like this, where yes, it's making a new high, but also on volume. Okay. So if you're looking for an instant volume burst, this is a pretty good looking little scan. The IMSR, same thing. Look at the volume bursts. Look at the volume bursts on the five. But Cava was still pretty good, right? I mean, Cava, $81 alert, $85 now. That's from our AI. So, guys, did you inundate Dan? Anybody go over there and inundate Dan, saying, "Hey, we need those real time alerts for the buy flags and the sell flags." There's no such thing, Mr. Singh. If you're asking what is a penny stock safe for trading, I mean, look, it's a penny stock for for a reason, isn't it? Think about it. It is a penny stock for a reason. So depends what you mean by safe. Boy, look at you, you. Boy, what a I. If I had been asked before this mark, I saw it in the pre-market. I knew it was an earnings play. I just really did not think it would have this. New features that don't work properly. Okay, well, what are those features that? Oh, probably within the money machine, right? See, I'm so other than look, even if we do get a buy and a sell flag alert, it's not like it's going to, in my opinion, it's not going to revolutionize our trading. It would be very nice to have though. Otherwise, I'm extremely satisfied with what Trade Ideas does for me anyway. I don't really need anything else to be added. Can't think of anything. And I'm not just saying that, because I'm a consultant to the or a contractor to the company. I'm just saying that. I really don't have anything else that I really want. All right. What was this a beat raise for the U? I mean, this is really, yeah. I mean, if I were an option trader, sure. I mean, I'm not, so and I'm being very selfish, obviously, when I'm saying I don't need anything. But you're right. I mean, if you're an option trader, it'd be nice to have option scans. Boy, oh boy, I've got I in this scan here, I've got a baseball bat as my sound or the home run, but it's like a baseball bat, and it's just over and over and over with you. Y-O-U, you. I mean, you look at this monthly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna get to $54, but I mean, it's broken free now on the monthly chart, and, it's every time it makes a new high, I just hear it. Didn't somebody, say they wanted to short you? And it's also leading the charge in the, large cap stocks. It's won 4 races. Plab has won 4 races also. Let's see what it's doing. QDEL, guys. Okay, not an earnings play. Let's see, 24.52, next high looking left. Ampex, Ampex, AMPX. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's got some room, guys. 1204. That's the next high looking left for Ampex, but it's pretty extended right now. So odd. So Truist came out and decided to, yeah, downgraded them to what? It's an all time low to a hold and a target of 18. Sure, why not? It's an all time low, right? You again. So here's another one, guys. This is an interesting breakout for CHYM. I mean, you can see what's happened right here in the daily, and now on the daily, you have room to 22.91, so about $1.50 to that next high. I mean, there's room. I mean, but it's a financial, and let's just take a look. Not that I think it's part of the XLF, but let's take a look at what XLF is doing. XLF is well, you know what? At least it's having a nice little run today. Okay, we're still below the 200-day, but at least now we'll have a second day positive. I bet you Dan talked about HYMC. I mean, another great day for it, up 10%, 10.5%. Running with silver, but it ran yesterday without silver. Silver did it wasn't linked to the ETF at all or the sector at all. 53.86 next high. Quite a couple of months. Thought about this one earlier, the NVTS when it broke over 10. I just didn't like the fact that to me it was just a little bit close to that high, but it has been running and running and running. I guess I would have made about 30 cents on it, but all right. Guthrie, Arlo, guys. This is next high looking left, 1267. Okay. I just wish it weren't quite as extended. Let's see what happens around the 12 level. Okay. It's an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is an earnings play tomorrow. Yeah. After hours tomorrow. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's 110, so I think I'll go over my homepage last time for the day. I'm just waiting to see if we get something, kind of a new one in here with a nice volume pop, and maybe a nice little run, and that's looking in this in the compare count. Could be on the way down though. Also, LUMN. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, look at the volume. See what I'm saying? Look at the so again, later on in the day, this is what you're more than likely going to see when we get an alert in here. You're going to see it's making a new low or a new high, but a big volume bar also. Well, I can show you. Oh, hi, Shady. I see you're in the other room. Efizi. Well, how to link? I mean, it depends on your broker, but I mean, I can just show you generally how to link. Okay, you click on tools and then external linking, and then you just try to follow. Well, don't try. You follow these instructions where it's going to say add a link. I'm already linked to Interactive Brokers, but where it says add it, you click on add a link, and then you just follow these instructions. Now, every broker it can be different, so I can't speak for every single broker. I know how to do it with Interactive Brokers, of course, but I would take most of the time if you take your pointer, like I've got my pointer, and you put it in the order entry of your broker's platform, and then you would so once it's in the order entry, then you hold down the shift key, and that will select that window, the order entry window. A lot of times that's all you have to do, but sometimes you've got to do a rule or you've got to do so it's there's no one fix for every single broker, or not what there's not one way to do it for every single broker, but that's where you start. Okay, so the external linking tool, add the link, take your pointer, probably put it into the order entry, and then hold down the shift key, and then it'll probably say linked, but then you might have to go into here, into the rule, which would be clickable. It would be clickable. It's not clickable for me, but right now because I'm already linked, but it would be clickable, and there's a little drop down. You might be able to select your broker. Okay. If you have interactive brokers, it's easy for me to show you, but all right. So taking a look at my homepage, one last time for the day. Here you have a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. A load from the cloud from the CEO is not coming. What do you mean by that? Are you? He's stopped his stream in the other one, so it's not going to be here. I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Why were you expecting it in this YouTube stream? Because he had his own. Okay, you might have to ask for it. I don't have it. Oh, it says it's loading. It does say it's loading. Have you ever loaded a link before? A cloud link before? Have you ever done that before? The other thing is the in the toolbar, do you have a green ball? If sometimes that can be an issue. Maybe you had the web-based version open or you went I'm sorry, you've never loaded something from the cloud? Is that what you mean by never? Sorry, I know there's a slight delay here, so oh, yes. So what you know what? It's hard now. I don't know. Oh, yes, never. Okay. Never. Okay. So if you can follow what I'm doing, okay, I'm just going to, before I talk about my homepage, just want to help this individual in our YouTube room. So I'll just show you how you load a link. Oh, okay. When you when you say the red dot is not connected, so you mean you have a red dot? You have it's red instead of green? I'm going to just ask one question at a time. So is that it's not green, it is red? If you say yes, then you're going to have to get out of whatever what you might have been in, because that's probably the reason why it's not loading. This delay in YouTube drives me crazy a little bit. So I need an answer, Eng. Do you have a red dot? Do you have a red ball? A red ball. Oh, it's okay now. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, good. All right. So that was the reason. Yeah, you can't only it's you can't have this market scope or whatever open and this open at the same time. Okay, so on my homepage, let me click on it again. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Area 15, that will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. A Trade Ideas subscription works for both our standard or our premium service. Okay, but remember the 15%, if you take out a monthly subscription, is just for the first month only. So all I asked, if you can, use my code at any time in the future that you're going to take out a subscription, if you're going to. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, there is another room called the trading room. It's free also. It's a lot more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time by the birthday boy himself, Obi. He opens it up Mondays or Fridays at around 6:45. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you're interested in interacting with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. Again, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9. And now I leave this room. I leave the rooms at around sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. But when I do leave, the room is now today is an odd day because William is not around. But Obi says he'll keep this room open till 3. Okay. So this room will be open till 3, even when I leave. Most of the time, William will keep the room open until around 3:45. Education. Oh, before I do that, keep scrolling down. You've clicked on my homepage link. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. You can sign up for it right here, and it is free. Education section right here. So if you've taken out a subscription, first thing mandatory you do, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos. It's mandatory you do this. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. What we tried to do here is cover all the key elements of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off with the second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether you'd like to try us for at least a month. These monthly subscriptions, they're just month to month, so you can cancel at any time. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos for you, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for well, they're not all scans, but the information that I am currently sharing, click on the custom scan section. So you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So here's the large cap. This is the large cap race over here. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. You can still have this race. I don't have it up and running, but if you want it, you can still have it. It's a more volatile race. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes over here. And I do have some other scans that I'm sharing, the momentum scan, gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. I don't have them up and running, but you hear me talking about the Williams scan quite a bit. Probably maybe next week I'll add it. Probably a little too active today, but I think yesterday, if I did a history of yesterday, my guess, in fact, why don't I do that just out of curiosity? I'm going to duplicate the window because I don't want to overwrite everything that happened. This is the repeating version. Okay. Well, LRMR just made another new high, guys. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Okay, so these are the ones that happened yesterday, okay? So you can see, I mean, this list, here's the list today, quite a bit longer, okay? Well, not that much longer, I guess, but it seemed to all come at once. But this was the list yesterday. It's how you can do a history. Seemed like a lot more today. Okay, NVTS probably coming into that little resistance area that I thought might stop. Well, maybe not. I mean, there it is right there. So it's above that. Hmm. Boy, Larimer making new high after new high after new high. I hear that baseball bat. And the next high looking left, 678 or so on the, or 686 on the monthly chart. So it still has some room. Look at this was the news yesterday. Okay. So yeah, there were a couple of brokers that said, we like it, but the news really was yesterday. But look at the reaction today, really, to that news of yesterday. Okay, guys, let's see. LTH. I'm sorry, I don't understand. You share? You mean the scans? Okay, how about this one? INFQ, just over the whole number. Wish it weren't quite as extended. Um, let's take a look. The next high looking left is 1360. A little bit of room, a little bit of room. Okay. So a little bit of room. I just wish it to me just way too extended, but maybe if it just sort of rests here for a bit, because it does have a little bit of room to the 1360, 1366 is the next high. It's a fairly recent IPO back here. Actually, I don't think it is. Okay, I don't think it is because I'm looking at the lifetime range, 27%. If this were a recent IPO, it'd be closer to, I mean, at 13, and here's the high up here, 17. So yeah, that's not at the 27% level. So maybe I don't know, change symbol names. All right, let's see if this can hold 13. 1306, 1311, not in love with the spread, but let's see if this one can hold 13. I'm talking about the INFQ. No, here's another one that's just over the whole number, guys, max, and it's probably near the high of the day. What is it looking like? See it right here out of that break. Didn't see it here. Yeah, to me, it's got too much. There's something too close. 10, 12, too close. Something big, as in, yeah, it's still getting closer, though. I mean, there's that monthly high of 691. I mean, it still has what, about 70 cents to go. But yeah, I mean, what a run. So it's a battle between you and Larimer, guys. I mean, look at the every time you see this in this scan here, making a new high. So it's sort of a battle. Yes. Oh well, that's at 6:30. Oh, what, from December 24th? I don't understand what you mean. From December, I don't know what you mean. At 6:30 from December 2024. You've stumped me, SKM. The alert I had was at 4:39, 9:45 this morning, and 4:39. Are you talking about in the description? Okay, I don't have the description. I don't have the description column up. It's a battle, the 2 of them, you and Larmer. Who can make the most new highs of the day? We do have a count, for that. I don't think I have it here. Well, INFQ is not doing it for me yet. 391. Okay, so you do have the count filter up. No, he stopped, A&G. He stopped, around, half an hour ago. So are you looking for the scan that he had? I can okay. We're gonna do this all day, Obi? 401, 402? Maybe I'll ask Steve if he I don't have the scan, okay, but maybe I can, ask one of the other traders. If you can't get it, you can always go to info at trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask for it. Just say, I was listening to the CEO. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. I was listening to the CEO today on today's date, February 25th. And say, can I have the scan that he put in the room? Okay. Well, when you say you're stuck, okay, TMQ. Okay, I think I heard Dan talking about it. I just heard the tail end. Okay, so the first thing is when you say you're stuck, so that means you bought it at 5. So remember, if you take a trade, you have to have a price you're getting out of the trade if it's not working for you with a manageable loss. So I can't tell you what that's going to be. If you like, when did you take it? Today or yesterday? Mr. Singh, can you tell me where I mean, did you buy it a few days back? Well, remember, or maybe you don't remember, but every trade you take, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the stock when it's not working for you. Okay. It sounds like when you say you're stuck with it, that sort of sounds like, all right, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, it's starting to give me a little bit of a pop now, the INFQ for me. Remember, so when you take a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the stock if it's not working. Now, how are you going to determine that? I mean, it sounds like this was more of a swing trade. So if you took it a few days ago, well, how many days ago? That must, because the last time it was at 5, quite a few days ago. I mean, the last time, so it was on February 5th. Okay, February 5th, that's the last time it was at 5. You know, so if you took or if you took it up, if you took it in this area, if you took it here. Oh, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Let me just get that. Thank you very much, as usual. So if you're still around, Ange, here is the link. Okay, here's the link to Dan Scan. So anyway, just getting back to the TMQ, if you bought it at 5 in the 5 area, then before you take the trade, a couple things, you have to like, why did you take the trade? Number one, okay, there had to be a reason why you took the trade. Okay, that's a multi. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Hey, why did you take the trade? And then if it wasn't going to work for you, where were you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Obviously, not every trade is going to work. Where's your stop? And if your stop was, I'm gonna make up a number, $1 away. So if you took it at 5 and your stop was at 4, did you look at the chart and say, well, I've got a reasonable chance of it moving $2 for me? In other words, if I risk $1 on the trade, I have to be able to see that I have a reasonable chance of making two on the trade, $2 on the trade. In other words, one for two risk reward. That is sort of the start of every single trade, for me anyway. Whether it's a day trade or a swing trade. Yeah, this INFQ is sort of driving me a little bit crazy. The spread widens and it tightens. It wasn't like that when I got it, but we'll see what happens. Don't have a lot of confidence in it now. There's another one, guys. So how many new highs in this one? I could add the column, but RYIM, another one. So we've got the three that are sort of jockeying for who's going to finish higher. No, I don't mean higher price, but at the end we have RYIM, U, and LRMR. What's going to be the last one to make another new high of the day? What I was trying to say. All right, 154. Well, Obi was saying that LRMR had made 400 at last count. That's for the LRMR, not the RYAM. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:40 now. So again, I don't have to go in 20 minutes, but usually I always take off if there are no questions. Take a look at the sectors and see if there's any major change. Last time we looked, KBH was the low was or X sorry, X HB was the bad sector, well, bad, the one that was down the most from yesterday's close. So this is the housing sector, XHB. This is the staples, consumer staples. This is the oil services, retail, energy, material, I think. Here's the I'm going to call them the ground freight trucks and stuff. But silver is still the top sector today, guys, with with respect to how it closed yesterday. And even tech is having a nice run. And semis, mm, the Bitcoin Mini Trust. Okay, so this is a Bitcoin play, BTC, Bitcoin Mini Trust. What's the volume? Oh, great volume, almost 10 million shares. Pretty decent spread. You got a penny, so that's excellent. Boy, guys, another there's all-time high, AXTI, all-time high right now. This will not be stopped. What a multi-month. How many months is this? So this is the current month. Okay, so almost at the end. So we'll call this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in 8 months, say 7 months, it's gone from 260 to almost 40. And basically straight up. There was no pullback at all within the months anyway. Little pullback maybe in the weeks, but other than that, man, I mean, just straight up. And again, this is a semiconductor substrates. And you can see somebody asked about the stock composite rating earlier. I mean, there's high 89. So from the technical side, of course, it's we probably can't get any better because it's at an all-time high and way above all the moving averages, etc. Fundamental side, I don't know, but I mean, it must be pretty good. Maybe 3 or 4 trades a day, and that's what I do. I day trade. I don't swing trade really. So here, serve is here and serve is here. Look at the volume that came in to serve robotics. They will be reporting next week, I guess, March 5th. I think that'll be next week. Okay, government robotics. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Wow. It just continues here. Now, where could it stall? Okay, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. That's a dollar away. I doubt if it's going to get there today. The next high looking left is 1060. So not shortable for me. I'm just looking left. Oh, looking left. I'm looking at my Interactive Brokers, and it is not shortable for me. I mean, when I say that, they'll try to find shares, but if they have to find them, I'm not going to bother. So, Todd, I'm hoping what you mean by that, you're sitting on your hands while LRMR keeps making new highs for you, and there's nothing more for you to do other than count the money that you're making. No, I kind of thought that. I kind of thought that, but I was hoping maybe you would say, yes, Barry, that's what I meant. All right, I'm giving this INFQ one last chance to see if it can hold this area. Basically, where I bought it. Yeah, I didn't think the stock made it to XWEL. We'd have a bunch of mini millionaires in the room if it had, or 100,000 heirs. You know what's starting to curl up, guys, is the DRVN. That was an awesome bounce off the lows today. Awesome bounce off the lows. Look at the low of the day was 978, and it got up to 1180, and it's pulled back. But looks like it's trying to curl up. This is the one that had I know it says that they had earnings today, but they did not. They had to postpone it because they had some accounting irregularities in 2023 and 2024. But even with that in mind, it had a tremendous bounce. I was surprised. I thought it would just be driven down. At this point, this was an all-time low. I just thought once it took out 10, I thought it would just be driven down. But no, I think it was 2024. Yeah, 2024 and parts of 2025. So if you took this one, I mean, you got the VWAP right up here, 1063. Yeah, I've taken myself out of the INFQ, guys. There's too many topping tails. It looks like it's trying, but there's too many topping. Whoa, good exit. Good exit. No, I just finally got through 13. This is what I'm talking about. We had a bunch of topping tails in a row. Now it's hard to see, I guess, on the bar charts, but these are well, I have to see where it closed. But yeah, all these attempts to get through that 13-15 mark, and it just kept stalling and stalling and stalling. So I said, you know what, that's it. And boy, like literally right after it dropped about 15 cents. Hmm. Not on the five. Well, if you're talking, well, okay, yeah, the trend is still in theory on the five. It's still reasonable, okay, but on the two, it is definitely dipping. And it's a little bit of orange showing up. So this could be the trend break that we're looking for. Well, looking for if you want to short it. So I don't have so the relative volume on the SPY and the Q is lower than average. Oh, you're talking about on this move up for the market. I believe it is, but let me just take a look. Question in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean the relative volume for the SPY is only 0.64. So yeah, and I'm sure the Qs will be about the same. You're talking about the overall market move up, right? The Qs are yeah, well, the Qs are almost normal, 0.93, but the SPY definitely is lower. But the Qs are just about, excuse me, just about normal. Great move though, 8 points. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:54. So again, I can always hang around if there are questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to take off. You'll probably see me. I'll still be here for a while, but I'll put a message up that my screen will still be displayed until 3. Okay. Obi will keep the room open until 3, he said. And yeah, for a brief period in time, is that Carl Sagan's book? A little pullback for you, just a little pullback for you, and then a move. Well, again, Mr. Singh, I'm not going to tell you what to buy or sell, though. I'm not going to tell you to get into a trade. The INFQ, I basically said, didn't work, but the INFQ, I liked it because it was just over 13. I said, okay, guys, I like it. That can be your clue to take the trade if you want. But you have to have an idea of your own. I mean, it may not be your style of trading, but I liked it. I would still do it again. It was basing nicely over the 13 level. It had room to 1366, so certainly enough room for me. Trying to come back, but didn't work. Now, interesting. Okay, yeah, yeah, that was just basing forever. SGML. It was just basing forever. Well, up here, and this was from our AI, but maybe it's starting to it's trying to curl a little bit. The VWAP is up here 1567. So there's room 64 cents to the VWAP area. There is some room. Looks like it's trying to curl, but I mean, the news it had, it wasn't really specific to it. It was just taking advantage of the fact that Zimbabwe was banning exports of lithium concentrates. Okay, so that's the business they're in. So it's not like they had specific news for themselves, but you never know. I mean, it might it's flattened out and it's trying to curl up a little bit. So it's over the whole number 15. So I mean, it's just saying if you took this trade, you'd get in. I'm not saying to do it, but I mean, if you like what you see, but you're still new, okay? You get in here and then you put your stop probably around the low here, around 1480 or so, 1489. Okay, that's what I would be doing. Well, the news is just the Zimbabwe news, I think. Oh, you mean they don't even have the Zimbabwe news, Todd, regarding? Oh, really? I see. Okay. Well, all the lithium plays were probably moving higher today. I mean, it's still up 20%. It's just that it faded off the highs. But this was the general news about lithium stocks. The Zimbabwe bans exports of lithium concentrate. So here are the stocks that were moving: ALB, SGML, LAR, etc. How can't E-Trade have that news? Or if William were here, I think he would tell me that E-Trade's news is terrible. Okay, let's take a look at this VIR. Okay, I mean, it has not been an easy one to trade, intraday trade. I mean, I would have thought that move right up here, it would hold and maybe base a bit and move with all the news it had yesterday, all the positiveness, earnings, drug success, tons of analysts putting 20 to 25 and big guys, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, big analysts putting these price targets on. It just didn't do it. I mean, I know it's up 14% today, but if it closes near the high, which it's near the high of the day right now, could have a late day run. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. One moment. That is a prediction, John, regarding VIR, or is that something you've actually read, or is that that's a prediction? I mean, where were they? I mean, it's they were sitting in the $7 to $8 level. If they were going to do an offering, I'd like they probably. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it in this area, but maybe they want to do it higher if they can. I don't. You're just that's just a prediction, right, John? You're not seeing anything that's saying they are. Oh, you did. You actually read, really? Ah, what does that mean? California-based firm, $200 million stock offering after the bell on Tuesday? We're Wednesday, right? We're Wednesday today. So they did it? They did an offering? I didn't see that. So I think then what's happened, I mean, the market is cheering that on, this was a late stage prostate cancer success so far anyway. So I guess the market's cheering them on by raising a lot of money. So maybe that was what was sort of stifling the move yesterday. No, I see it. I do see it. I do see it on Interactive Brokers also. Barclays raising their price target to 30. That's the highest I've seen. What was the price? I don't see the price here. Well, I don't know about overhyped def. I mean, talking to somebody in our YouTube room, I mean, it seems to be that, this is a success, a late stage success for their drug. So, and there were a lot of firms yesterday that were putting, 20, $25 price targets on it. Not that it has to happen. Here's Morgan Stanley, $24 price target. That was yesterday. Doesn't mean they're going to be right. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, at 405. Goldman Sachs are okay. So wow, Goldman Sachs acting as the book running managers. Hmm. Well, they've got some big boys. They got some big boys, behind it. That's okay, perfect. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I'm probably gonna head out. I'll hang around for maybe another couple of minutes. For those of you who are in YouTube, I will put the, link to get into the main room if you wanna still interact with other traders till 3 o'clock today, so another, say, 50 minutes or so. But we will shut the room down at 3, unless William comes back before 3. And remember, guys, we've got NVIDIA. After hours today, that'll, have to see what happens, obviously. See what happens, see if they, do better than the expectations. Ah, you made it into the main room. Good, Ange or Angie. Okay, so for those of you who are left in YouTube, okay, you can come over to the main room and doing by following, clicking on my homepage link. Just click on my homepage link and then see where it says trading room. Whoops, trading room. It is free, and this room will be open till 3 o'clock. And remember, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So, for those of you looking for interaction amongst traders in the pre-market, come into this room. I don't get on the mic until 9, but there's plenty of action in this room early on. So for YouTubers, I do have to shut you down. So I'm going to end the stream now.